We're down to the last 8 in Melbourne. Is Rafael Nadal going to progress to the last 4, as just about everyone expects? Well, Thomas Berdych has been a controversial figure at these Australian Open Championships. He is the man standing in his way. All 196 centimetres, 6 feet 5 of him. He is going to get the quarterfinal underway on this Tuesday night in Melbourne.
Long.
That's what he needs to happen. Oh, Rod Laver.
Isn't that great?
We were talking about the best of the best, mentioning Roger Federer. Well, you can't compare the players out of their different eras, but gee, 2 Grand Slams for the great Rocket.
Berdych looking sharp early. He's got a big serve, Thomas Berdych. He's already got one down at 220 in these championships against Kevin Anderson in the 3rd round. So he's going to have Rafa for pace, and probably by about 20 kilometres an hour, because Nadal very rarely serves over 200 kilometres an hour.
Got to take a couple of chances though behind his serve, like coming in as he did the previous point and going for a big forehand there. It's no good him, I think, just hanging around the baseline trying to outmaneuver or out-rally Nadal. That isn't going to happen. But he has got this imposing height and strength, and that's what he's got to try to get to work in his favour.
Just about as comfortable an opening service game as you could wish to have for Thomas Berdych. His first serve percentage has been anywhere between 52 and 58 so far in these championships, so he's been very consistent, but that pales by comparison to Nadal. His lowest is 64. His highest is 81% of first serves into play.
I think that would have been the match that I was mentioning against Lopez. He just served magnificently that day.
Well, that was 80% against Lopez. He was even better against Lachko, 81%.
Wow. Well, we saw the players that he beat on the way to the final. And in fairness, he's had a pretty soft draw, if you could call it that. You've got to beat who comes up against you. But the players that have come up against him really haven't been good enough players to really press him. And you'd have to say he's got to the quarterfinals with a minimum of effort. But it will be tested this evening. Well, catches Nadal here, who doesn't really move out too well to that. That was a bit of a surprise. I think he wasn't expecting such a quality shot.
Is simply unplayable. 157. Berdych goes and has a look at the mark and nods the head. Well, he got nowhere near that.
Well, it landed up the line and a vicious slice. Such an effective serve on the surface.
Might be the sign of things to come after that was so effective. Done for pace a couple of times out to that side of the court.
Well, I like the way he's taking his time here, Berdych. He's not trying to hit too good a shot too early. He's prepared to rally 3 or 4 and try and get into position to unleash that forehand. So tactically, that's pretty smart here to start the match.
I just wonder if Rafa is feeling that knee a little bit, whether it's a bit stiff at the start of the match. Both times it's been his plant leg when he's been beaten for pace. And that's something you can't say about Rafa too often.
He's just having a long look to see if he could see a mark. He thought that serve might have been a fault. Yeah, so just didn't move his feet there. Took one big step like that and then tried to control it. So that's why he caught it a bit late there. He's looking back to see if he can see a mark. It's a bit late now.
Nadal probably having to work a little bit harder to establish his first hold. But that's what he does.
Oh, sound start by both players. So vital in these big matches that you start well. Get into the match without dropping an early serve. Sometimes sets the whole pattern for the match from which you never recover.
215, so the arms in gear early on. Such a big weapon, his first serve. When the first serve goes into play, so far in these championships, the minimum percentage points that he's won when the first serve goes in play is 81. It's been up as high as 91.
He looks nice and calm and focused here, I must say, Thomas Berdych.
4 clean winners already. Well, this is interesting because it takes a long time for the player to walk 6 or 8 paces, go up, have a look at the mark and then challenge. You wonder whether it should be a little bit more instantaneous than that.
Well, I think so. In fact, the umpire's always announcement. It's an immediate challenge.
That was a good one.
Yeah. But that wasn't an immediate challenge.
No, and he had it in his mind to challenge straight away anyway. So he could have done that. 30-15 now after Nadal takes that point.
Well, the right shot, but didn't need to perhaps go quite as close to the line. Nadal wouldn't have got it had it been half a metre inside the line. Modern forehand today, you see the players launch themselves off the court.
The other thing that we saw in that replay just a moment ago, Alan, is something that Berdych has in common with Nadal. They both wear very long shorts, so it conceals their upper legs, but they are both enormously strong in the quad area.
Nadal strong everywhere.
Yep.
That shoulders and that bicep muscle there.
Break point. Would be a bit disheartening for Berdych. He seems to have played really well, but here he is down the break opportunity. He defends it very well.
Oh, very brave shot there. Would have caught the line.
Yes.
And this is why he's just got to make an early statement. You mentioned that he's lost the last 9 to Nadal. Well, if he gets off to a bad start here, gets down an early break, the thought would have to go in his mind, no, here we go again.
Nadal challenge the call at the right baseline. The ball's caught in.
Challenged immediately there. Of course, he has to there. General play.
And again, he was right. Of the top players, he's got a very good record with his challenges. Well, comparatively to Roger Federer, but then again, I think you and I have got good records compared to Roger's challenges.
Oh, he just gets irritated with the system.
He does. When you're that good, you don't need to worry too much. That's 2 break points seen off.
Good body serve there. Nadal really could only just try to fend it off there. It's pretty hard to do when it's coming straight at you at 2:14.
That's a noteworthy hold early on for Berdych. Faced the prospect of going down an early break. Sees off 2 break points, holds, and leads 2-1 on serve first set. To this side of the court where Nadal is using his right leg as the plant leg. missing another shot. Are you reading into this anything at all, Alan?
Well, that one he just pulled the ball. A couple earlier I thought he was a bit slow to get to.
Uncharacteristically so.
That was a pretty high quality shot from Berdych on that occasion.
For him, the big one. Big one for him. This second.
Rafa had a concerned look on his face there a moment ago, and we thought, what's going on here? Well, he was telling the ball kids to get a big bottle of water for the chair umpire. And the ball kid came over, got the big bottle of water and gave it to Carlos Bernardes in the chair.
Final seats quickly, please.
Beautiful night in Melbourne. Tuesday evening, night 9 of the championships. Peter Donegan and Alan Stone in the commentary box watching Thomas Berdych on serve, leading 2-1 early stages of this quarter-final.
Behind the players, please. Final seats.
Winner to go on to meet Roger Federer in the semis. After he disposed today of Juan Martín del Potro and looked ominous in doing so.
Love 15.
Oh, bad ball toss from him there. Got it too far out in front. And from that point, you can't get up on the back of the ball and get that trajectory that you're looking for.
On. Last net. First service.
That's his favourite play. He's so quick to move over into that backhand corner after he serves, so that he can take the ball on his forehand. There's the serve, and by the time it lands, there he is. And that off forehand, it really bites also when it hits the court and jumps up at you. I think that's the thing that players find difficult. We're hitting it at a higher point than they normally are against other players.
Got himself into a tangle, Rafa, and somehow was able to execute the shot. Nearly twirled himself into the ground. The one good thing about when Rafa's playing is we get to see lots of replays between points of reactions. Goes about it in his own sweet time.
Game, Nadal.
A couple of loose shots from Berdych at the end of that fourth game, and it turns out to be a pretty elementary hold. There's the average time between points. Nadal, you would think, would be a whole lot longer than Berdych, but it's only a couple of seconds.
Well, they're supposed to only take 20.
Yeah, well, that never happens.
A bit looser than that one, and if you're wondering why he can get more topspin than other players, it's when he takes his racket back, he drops it down very low, and then he comes from this low position and really flings the racket head so sharply up on the back of the ball that he's able to get a little bit more topspin with the great strength that he has than most of the other players.
That's good work from Berdych, very positive.
Well, that's a short ball, so from there, that's his option. Come in, and that good reach. That's a copybook backhand volley from him there, leaning forward into the shot. Yep. Called by the chair umpire.
Challenge the call, the left near sideline, the ball's going out.
Oh, I think it clearly missed.
Well, Carlos Bernardes gets a very good view of this from where he is.
Oh, well.
Not as good a view as he thought he had.
Yeah, me neither. So, good challenge.
Now Rafa's having a look.
Oh, that had to be right on the line.
It was 207. Well, that one on. Pick the bones out of that.
Well, when it's coming that quickly, a lot of players guess. They try to make it. See, he was actually not quite leaning the right way. It was still quick enough to adjust. Shows you how quick his reactions are. So initially he guessed wrong and then recovered.
Another big serve from the big man. That is going to be a mighty big weapon in this match. On serve, 3-2 first set.
I think early in the set, Pete, it's still around the mid-30s, so that's still pretty hot. So it hasn't cooled down yet. So he's going to serve well, certainly for the first half of this match before it cools off a little bit, I think. And if he gets in the groove like this.
That match you were talking about against Nicholas Almagro that you saw the other day, Stoney, 28 aces for Berdych. He had 21 against Rockers, 14 against Anderson, and 7 against Ramos. So apparently he only does it in multiples of 7. So he could be in for 35 tonight. Who knows?
Probably wouldn't lose his serve if he does that many.
Berdych Army in good voice early on. Well, they might be. He's looked pretty sharp, even though he was down 2 break points in that third game. But we're on serve, 3 games to 2 in this quarter-final of the Australian Open Championships of 2012. A big welcome to Melbourne Park for those of you who have been with us for parts of the first 8 days of the championship. Maybe you're just joining in at this vital stage, quarter-final stage. Joining the 15,000 in the packed house again at Rod Laver Arena. What has been a record-breaking championship so far this year, numbers-wise, of spectators.
Timing astray there.
15 round.
Slight mishit from Nadal. And Berdych didn't make the necessary adjustment.
Got away with another mishit early in that rally, and of the two, it's Berdych who's a bit sharper off the racket.
Well, he was controlling the rally. You see, he's pretty much in the same spot, moving Nadal side to side.
And correct himself. Too good.
So there's been a correction here. The call was out, and then a correction.
15.
Well,
umpire called the ball out and corrected himself. Too good.
Oh, it's good the umpire explaining it to the crowd what happened.
Yeah, and he was right.
Yeah.
Hawkeye showed that the official was right.
So well done all around.
Yep. That might be caught at mid-wicket. Dropped. The Berdych charming.
Yeah.
Well, it's all that chanting, you see. Takes it out of you. Have to frame around that one.
That's about how someone in the Barmy army would catch. Good court coverage by Berdych there.
14-13.
This one there, it gets across and just slides that short angle. And a couple of shots that have caught Nadal by surprise.
Looking very comfortable. And now it's Nadal's turn to be a little bit shaky on serve.
That was an outstanding point from Berdych, how he moves around. Wasn't all that poor a shot from Nadal, really. So he's taking a few chances, and Nadal's looking up. Gee, what's going on here? You don't usually hit shots like that. So he'd be a little concerned just at this early stage.
don't often see him commit as many unforced errors over the baseline, putting just rally shots over the baseline as we have done tonight.
Well, I think he's been a little surprised by some of the quality shots that Berdych has hit. So it's just put a bit of added extra pressure on his ground strokes.
Big moment here for the man from the Czech Republic early on in the match. Could really set the tone for what's about to happen. Overclubbed it.
Well, Nadal making sure he got the first serve in. Berdych had a good crack at it, but just overhit it. I think off the racket he thought it was probably going to go in.
Nadal.
We talked about that high first serve percentage that Nadal has been able to achieve so far in these championships. He's high of 81% of first serves into play, and that's exactly the mark he's attained early on in this match, running true to form.
Forcing play for Berdych. He's got the tactics about right here. Again, stretching Nadal. Looks a little bemused at the number of mistakes he's making.
Golden opportunity goes begging for Berdych. His coach is Thomas Krupa, who has been in charge since January of 2009.
Oh, a real let off. Hit it a bit flat, not enough spin. I knew that was a big chance.
Berdych will look down at the line, but it's up to him as to whether he challenged. He decided not to. And Nadal is able to do in the 6th game what Berdych came up with in the 3rd game, and that is to withstand a break point. We stay on serve on this very hot night. Match started with the temperature 35 degrees Celsius, well up in the high 90s Fahrenheit. That's his quickest of the match.
15 round.
Just below his quickest of the championship, that one at 219.
Getting a bit of bounce on that second serve. Nadal playing it above shoulder height, couldn't get it down.
Berdych, by the way, has got the 5th fastest serve of the Australian Open so far this year. Milos Raonic of Canada, to the surprise of no one, had the quickest at 2:28. Had a couple of those the other night. A couple of 2:27s, a whole heap of 2:26s. Convincingly again. Berdych holds very easily. It's not going to be easy for Rafa tonight. New ball's coming. We're on serve. 4-3.
4 games to 3.
I was just thinking before, Alan, I wonder what will happen if all of a sudden Berdych is caught in the middle of the service box and Rafa gets a short ball and starts coming in towards him. I wonder where it might go.
Well, the appropriate shot is the one that his countryman played. Almagro, get a short ball close to the net, and your opponent's pretty close to the net. If you try to hit one side or the other, the player can lunge and make a good volley. If you hit straight at them, you don't give them any room to swing, and you're not deliberately trying to hit them.
Thomas Berdych doing as he usually does. It's not a relaxed position. It's a bit of a stretch of the left hip, maybe the left lower back. The body's working well. The game's working well. Rafa knows that he's got a task on his hands. Berdych with the slight advantage of serving first. New balls. No fluff on those. They changed the balls after the first 7 games of the match, and then after that, every 9 games onwards.
Thank you. Please.
Quality shot there. I mean, Berdych's shot hit the line, and you would think you'd have another
15
shot to play after one as good as that, and he wasn't anywhere near that. He was looking for the cross court, and Nadal flattens it out.
Just a little come on from Rafa after that shot as well.
Created the opening but couldn't find it.
Third to love.
That's a fabulous point from both players.
Well, there were several shots in that rally that were good enough to win the point, you would have thought. And no doubt about the speed of Nadal. I think his knee's okay, the way he really hustled up to that short ball.
Just seems to have loosened up a bit, I think, too. Maybe it was just a bit of early match stiffness in the first few games. Successive love games for the server.
Appreciated by the crowd.
Change of weaponry for Nadal, and one's going to the stringer.
It was funny, I've seen him do that a couple of times. Berdych changed his racket with the new balls, and Nadal one game after.
Federer does that a bit these days. He used to change it always when the new balls were coming, and now quite often he changes it one.
Maybe it's got to do with whether they're serving or not.
One number that you won't see a lot in our stats, but we have it in our stats in the commentary box, is unreturned serves. Now, this is a very big number so far in the match for Berdych. 40% of his serves have been unreturned. And that is a very high number. Generally speaking, it hovers around the 20 to 25% mark.
Quite a heavy slice backhand. It's improved that shot over the last couple of the years, his backhand slice. That shot's always been good. So it's impossible to pick this. His favourite one is the off one, but he can hook it down the line just as easily. And that one he went for the favourite. He can just hold it just long enough to notice his opponent's leading one way or the other.
There's that stretching that was going on at the change of ends. Something that Berdych does a lot, so I don't think there's any cause for any great alarm just at present.
Ball to 15.
Can't lose too many serves if you're having that success rate on the first serve.
Ref is having another look, and he's
Challenge the call. The
going to challenge.
Okay. Cancel the challenge. Game Berdych.
In fact, he's not going to challenge.
cancel it.
Yeah, his hand half went up, and Carlos Bernardes jumped the gun. So did I. 5-4, first set.
Well, that's a new tennis, a piece of tennis terminology, a cancelled challenge. CC.
It seemed as though I caught the line. And then Rafa did get up there. The hand did go up, but it didn't go up all the way.
Oh, no, he's just going to scratch his head. It was a half challenge turned into a head scratch. And, oh, now.
Well, that was the one that fooled us all.
Yeah.
Carlos was waiting. And then after announcing the challenge, he took it all back.
Yeah.
We've already talked about what a fantastic tiebreak record Berdych has so far in 2012, especially here at the Australian Open. He's 6-0.
Time.
On serve, it's been a tight battle in the early stages of the 2012 Australian Open Championship quarter-final between the number 7 seed Thomas Berdych of the Czech Republic and the number 2 seed Rafael Nadal of Spain. Nadal, the one having to catch up the score all the way along. And that's exactly what he's doing here at 4-5.
Fair play to point. $15.
She's fast to serve. It just missed, but first one over the 200K. Immediate challenge.
No, the ball's good. 15 on.
Well, everyone's doing things by halves here at the moment. Well, the linesman seemed to indicate something, and maybe it was just a strangled cry, so everyone's a bit confused.
Well, he's got the result. Well, it was a very strong two-hander down the line against the second ball.
40-15.
Rafa's dad.
This tie-break is edging ever closer. It seemed inevitable for much of the set. Just a couple of break-point opportunities for Nadal in the third game. One break-point opportunity for Berdych in the sixth game. None of them taken.
Safe way to put away a smash. You bounce it hard, short, and then it bounces up over the fence. Oh, there's a bad miss. Had plenty of time.
As well as he's played in this first set, Berdych, as sharp as he's looked, it only takes one little slip here, and all of a sudden he's going to look up at the scoreboard and think, how the heck did I lose that first set? Needs to be very careful.
Those challenges called the left baseline. The ball's called out.
Well, I don't know that I'd bother, but I think the only thing that Rafa's thinking is that maybe Berdych was just hurried and perhaps the ball caught the back of the line, which it did not.
15-all.
More annoyed than anything else because he had the first point. There's long-time coach, Uncle Tony, and for him to miss that ball in general play, that's what's irritated him. There's nothing you can do about a serve like that, but there was plenty he thought he could do when he was in the rally. He figured he should win it at that previous point. Not that fast, but of course it was hit with a lot of spin, which takes the speed off the ball.
27 kilometres an hour underneath his average first serve speed. He's looked so positive when he's got the right ball. He's followed it in. He volleys well. He's looking sharp.
14-15.
Well, again, it's a good play because only 1.96 metres tall. And with a racket in your hand, it's pretty hard to get the ball past you. Again, sound technique. Minimum of effort there. Look at their winners and unforced error ratio. Same.
Berdych is the first to 6. That could be important. They've been going 54 minutes in the quarterfinal.
6 games to 5.
We talked about what might happen to Berdych if he made one slip. Well, the same can be said for Rafa. Off goes the racket to the stringers. Does cover the ground well, Thomas Berdych, Stoney, and he gets down well for a man of his height.
Well, he's been very impressive, and I must say he's very calm and poised out there. Focused look on his face, the stare up to his coaching area.
Think they like it. Thomas Krupa in the box.
He's pumped.
Well, he might be. He might be a lot more pumped in a minute, because if it does get to a tie break, you'd fancy Berdych, the way he's been playing the breakers here.
Time.
Ball boys ready. Linesmen ready. Players just about ready for the 12th game of the first set. Nadal needing to serve this one out to get it to a tie break. Or if you go simply on their 2012 record, and in fact their career record, it favours Berdych going in. That's just pure quality.
Well, Nadal trying for a quick surprise move here by coming in. Berdych onto it. Back points, that's what you're looking for.
Especially at this time.
Love 13.
Inspired tennis here. Berdych just leans a little to his left to give himself the room, and then just timed that perfectly. I mean, that really surprised Nadal. You see, he was a bit late to react.
Beaten him for pace 3 times in this game.
Yep. Well, outstanding 3 points he's played.
And his reward is 3 set points.
Well, he's done it with 3 different ways. He's hit a passing shot, he's hit a return a serve winner, and he's come to the net and forced an error. The coach is saying, well, that's the right thing. He's up above 40. No need to play safe there. Take your chance, which he did. And just caught the tape.
Definitely worth a look, with now 2 more opportunities to come. Nadal's first serve percentage is dropping as the set progresses. Rightly so. What a point. And the applause just prolonged here. That was a piece of magic.
Well, I don't know how he ended up getting out of that. He was hammered from side to side. In the end, a little roll across court finished it off. But how he was able to hang in there against the full-blooded assault. 29 shots, of which about 10 could have won the set for Berdych. He can't believe it. Can't play a better point. That's probably the best point that's been played in the tournament.
Nadal covered 87 metres. Even the great Rod Laver could only sit and applaud. After all of that, though, take a deep breath, because it is still set point. Berdych is challenging. I think this touched the line. He doesn't. 3 set points saved from Nadal.
Well, we did mention he's one of the great competitors of modern times in tennis. Berdych not going for the big pass, giving him a volley, making him play the volley, and he couldn't control it.
There's what he thinks of it. He's already let 3 slip. Can't afford to keep doing it. 4th set point for the number 7 seed. Shot.
Well, the ability to get the ball where you want it. On the big points, you want to be playing your best shot. And for Nadal, it's his forehand. So he's able to get in a good serve, which enabled him to get onto his forehand. And he did the rest.
Significant those 4 break points, those 4 set points might turn out to be. If Nadal is able to manufacture a hold here, you'd still probably give the edge to Berdych in the tie break, but those 4 points might be playing on his mind.
Well, it'll be absolutely critical if he loses the tie break. If he goes on and wins the tie break, then no problem. Still got the set.
That is just fabulous rearguard action. Look at that reaction from Nadal as he gets it to the tie-break. He's only played 1 tie-break in 2012, and that was in the first round in Doha. And he lost that tie-break to Philip Kohlschreiber. He's got a 64% career win record, Nadal. Berdych has played 6 at these championships, won all 6 of them, and he's got a 76% winning record in tie-breaks. So a difference of 12%, substantial. In other words, Berdych wins 3 out of every 4 tie breaks that he plays. Is this the other one?
1-0.
Well, still looks very calm and focused. No signs of disappointment after allowing that set. Well, he didn't allow the set to slip on the set points. They were taken away from him by superior play, so he can't feel too disappointed about it. He didn't lose them.
One all.
Points very solidly held by the Spaniard.
2-1. Nadal.
I mentioned his first serve percentage dipping throughout the set. It was up at 81 at one stage, down to 69 now. Still superior to that of Berdych at 66, but that's a very good number for him. Best of the championship so far. As Alan Stone mentioned before, when he gets the first serve into play, he wins a lot of points. He's only dropped 4 under those circumstances.
Two all.
It goes to somewhat to explain why he wins so many tiebreaks. Serve so important and you get cheap points.
Careful with it, didn't need to overplay it. Anywhere in the court in that area was going to be a winner. That's what he came up with.
Again, the benefit of the first serve, it draws Nadal way out of court, and Berdych comes in with a roll volley into the corner. So you think that looks like that was a normal ground stroke, which is the way they play that dry volley these days.
Winners to unforced errors ratio, we saw it before, cancelling each other out. They're now both at the stage where they have one more winner than unforced errors. It's been a quality set of tennis. Nadal looked a little sluggish early on, but then the body warmed up. Berdych has looked sharp from the word go. The sweat is flying on a hot night in Melbourne. Change of ends at 3 points all in the tiebreak. Like a United Nations over the 2 weeks here. Supporters of all of the represented nations loving their time at Melbourne Park in record numbers, with the chance to see the best in the world like this man.
beautifully constructed point here from Nadal. I would have thought Uncle Tony might raise a bit of a grin about that, but no.
Maybe in a minute or two.
Not too bad a lob, but really hammered away.
That could be the point.
Well, if you go to that forehand corner against Nadal, you've got to have some real heat on your shot.
5-3.
This one slightly off centre. So Nadal's got plenty of time to get across it. It's right in his hitting zone, and he's going to burn you that one all the time. It's got to land with a little bit more angle to draw Nadal wider.
Absolute must this point now for Berdych.
5-4.
Good judgment to let the ball sail over the line. So it's now on the racket of Nadal. Remember, Berdych had 4 set points in the 12th game, and Nadal took it up a level and defended every one of them. We've got some seagulls again. We had this last night. They're not really making their way into the stadium, though. They've just gone up and out the open roof. Oh, that's class. What a brilliant return. So we're back on serve again in this tie-break. It's been that sort of set.
It's really early take of the serve there. Watch where he is. It takes a step forward into it. He's nearly 2 metres inside, and with the angle, that swinging slice serve that Nadal created. There you see Berdych hitting it out in front so that he can return the angle.
And to be honest, it got what it deserved because it was 121 kilometres an hour.
Well, no, that's too late, I would say.
Unless he's done it instantaneously. Now Rafa's going to argue the point here, and Bernardes, I think, is right.
Por favor, tú tienes que parar ahí. Lo sé, pero me he quedado parado y he mirado en línea. Pensaba que en línea ha cantado out.
Sí, pero ahí tú te mueves para otra parte y no puedes.
Pensaba que en línea ha sido un acto reflejo.
No, tienes que hacer como ha hecho el primer set, que ha parado.
Pero una cosa, Carlos,
sí.
no aciertas una, porque no hace ninguno del rule correcto.
For a start, this is what Hawkeye tells us. The stage fright there, but the ball was out. Now, what Carlos Bernardes is saying there to Rafael Nadal, and I think just trying to interpret the Spanish, Rafa's saying, I didn't hear the call. So he looked over because he didn't hear the call, and then when he heard it, he challenged, but it was too late by then. Set point again. Well, the first set ends in controversy. Nadal is going to challenge.
The ball's got in.
What's going to happen with this one? It's been a dramatic and at times confusing set. Is it the set? You bet it is. Berdych comes up with an ace to finish the set. It took 1 hour and 15 minutes. It ends in controversy. Nadal, none too pleased. Berdych, just the opposite.
Aquí no están los espectadores.
Love 15.
That's one of those ones where in the back of your mind you're thinking, I'm not sure that that ball was out, but it's the first point of the set. You waste a challenge there. You've only got 2 to carry you through. And the first set, remember, lasted 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Just missed.
Love 13.
His first set, Nadal has lost. And he usually can put those sort of things behind him. One of the great competitors. Been a little bit shaky here on his opening service game.
Fifteen. 13.
Berdych was going to challenge anyway. Straight away, big trouble for Nadal on the back of losing that first set under disappointing circumstances for him. This would be a big blow. Hawkeye confirming the out call. 2 opportunities for Berdych.
Well, he did everything right, except the execution of the final shot.
Did a string go in that rally?
It might have.
Although he at least seemed to get control from the back of the court with the shot before.
Yes, that would have flown out if he hit it like that with a broken string. That one wouldn't have stayed in. And maybe it broke on that one because, as he looks at it, it was a pretty... Does that look like there's a...
Yeah, I think there's a broken string there.
String in that. If not, it was a disappointing volley.
Still break point. Once more, Nadal doing what he did in that 12th game. Berdych is going to have a look at it.
The right center line, the ball's caught in.
Well, I don't think this is right that you can go up and have a look at the mark and then decide whether you're going to challenge or not.
And as it turns out, looking at the mark doesn't do you any good at all.
Well, on a hard court like this, there's quite a few marks.
Yeah.
How do they know they're looking at the right one?
Yep. Well, that was 23 millimetres in, and that's a reasonable margin. It's about an inch.
This could be a very, very important hold for Nadal. Having lost that set, and then if he had to drop this opening serve, I mean, that would even test him.
That is a mighty big hold, as indicated by his pump of the fist. Berdych is looking again at Carlos Bernardes. Hawkeye is going to need a Bex and a good lie down.
Oh, yeah.
The way he's going tonight.
He's under pressure, isn't he?
He is, indeed.
Left channel. Zeroed in.
This was what took place at the end of the first set. Nadal saying, I did not hear the call.
No, tiene que hacer como ha hecho el primero que ha parado.
Te digo una cosa,
Recuerda
Carlos.
eso. Sí.
No aciertas una, porque no hace
recuerda-
ninguno de rule correcto.
Sí, sí, pero
Ninguno
siempre así.
correcto.
I think they both had points to argue,
65.
but when it comes down to the letter of the law, Carlos Bernardes was correct in his decision.
Well, a great effort from Nadal after trailing love 40. He regrouped. An important hold for him. Really playing some sound tennis here, Thomas Berdych. That nice little roll there, so a little bit more variety than we're used to seeing from him. Not just a big hitter and moving forward.
Trademark.
Well, the strength in the forearm to do that shot from pretty much front on. We watch it here. Can't get much more open stance than that. And again, the control, the spin that he can put on it keeps the ball on line. The follow through wraps around his head.
You wonder how long Berdych can maintain this standard.
Yeah.
Because that was a pretty faultless set of tennis when you think about it. He's played just about optimum level. He's got a fabulous first serve percentage in. Percentage of points won off the first serve. Can he keep it going at this level?
Well, he's had a lot more break points too. No break of serve, but
yeah. 4 of the 7 that he's had came in that 12th game.
Remarkable forehands there from him. Each one with a little bit more oomph into it. And then changes from cross court to down the line with pretty much the same sort of swing. And right on it. I must say, showing a lot of poise, very calm. Thomas Berdych. As we've said, you can get a set off Nadal and maybe 2, but to get 3, well, he's off to a great start.
little bit of trouble in his opening service game, so the door is open for Nadal, but Berdych this time is the one who replies in kind. It's been a high-quality match, as you'd expect at this stage of the championship. I was just looking at Rafa before rolling, and I just wondered whether he might have just lightened off a little bit from where he was last year, but perhaps it's a bit of an optical illusion because he had that different shirt last year that was made of the fibre that just clung to his body when he was dripping wet. This one just a bit looser.
The way Berdych is looking for anything short. He's hitting the ball really well from the back of the court, but not content to just continue to do that. If he can sense an opening, he's going to come in.
He's been in 16 times and Nadal just 6.
Got there easily enough, but then lost control of the racket head.
30-15.
Watch, here's the drop shot. Now this requires a very firm wrist to just push it down the line. You see he opened the face a little.
There.
Well, it's remarkable how well he's moving this evening.
40-15.
A good defensive shot there that kept him alive, and he had a good play on that actually.
He's hitting those ground strokes so flat.
Well, Nadal wasn't that far away from that. So well was it timed and so heavy, he could only just turn and look. So he's not far away, just one step, and that's all he could do. Towards the ball, but then it's gone.
Nadal.
No real difficulty there on the Nadal serve. Unlike his first service game in the second set. We're on serve early on in the second. It's 2-1. the stringer, I think. Just 3 points in it comparatively. Berdych has won 56 points, Nadal 53. Berdych certainly on the top of his game tonight. Nadal is going to have to be with what he's got from Berdych so far. Such a tight opening set though. And the question is, as we said before, how long can Berdych maintain this optimum level that he's displayed so far in the 1 hour and 34 minutes this match has been going? There's a little off period. Rafa will make him pay.
Set quickly, please. Thank you.
Well, if this was a boxing match at the moment, you would think that it would be pretty much even Stevens. The only thing that differentiates this pair is that 1 or 2 points at the end of the tiebreak. Berdych does have the scoreboard advantage, but it's got the feel of the match. It is very finely balanced.
Thank you.
New balls. Berdych to serve at 1-2 in the second set. Quarter-final action, the winner to meet Roger Federer in the semis on Thursday. That shot.
Oh, he has. Well, we've said that Nadal gets a tremendous amount of topspin on his shots, which he does, but the problem can be for that extra topspin makes it drop a bit short. You'll see this one here, right on the service line. Then if you're up against a big hitter like that, he can take advantage of it.
157 for a ground stroke. That's nearly 100 miles an hour. Can't hit a groundie much harder than that.
Quite the same conviction. It wasn't hit badly, but not wide enough really, and Nadal, easy pass for him. You've got to be pretty precise when you go down the line. You see, just catch that one cleanly enough so it doesn't stay on its path and just fades wide. Not much room for error on that shot. Cross court, you can hit it slightly off centre. You've got much more court to land in.
Nadal standing about 4 metres behind the baseline to receive the second serve.
He tries to move in further towards the baseline after he's returned the serve. It's a fair way back, Pete, for a second serve.
Well, especially rolling when it's coming in at 153.
Yeah,
it's a long time to wait for it to get to you.
Well, usually it's going to drop a bit low, so you've got to then hit it up. Get it up and over the net, so therefore it's not much penetration.
So he's standing about the same distance, maybe even a bit closer for the first serve. And this will probably be over 200. Gave him the slider instead.
Berdych challenge the call, the left near line. The ball was
The slice serve's a good one against someone standing a long way back, because they just can't reach it. The angle takes it away from them.
He's not even close, so he has just burnt a challenge there.
Attack there early in the rally, but that's how you turn defence into attack.
Well, Berdych is throwing challenges to the wind here.
Well, such a big point, but again, not even close.
No, and that's the thing. He's just scorched 2 challenges.
Unnecessarily.
And we're only in the 4th game.
Yep. No, he's going to run out by the time we get to the business end of the set, although he figures to give him save a break point there.
Oh, not again. Oh, well, this is amazing.
Thank you. He understood now.
What was all that about? He's already got none. Crowder up for that one. So's Rafa. The break comes in the 4th game. Some strange thoughts swimming through the head of Thomas Berdych in that game, and now he's got something else to worry about.
Well, just the brilliant court speed there of Nadal again in the rally. He was just valiantly defending. Not a bad drop volley, but he knew it was coming, Nadal. As soon as he made his attempted pass, he moved forward expecting the drop volley, and when it came, he was onto it. Sweat just flying off his forearm and shirt. And what a reaction from him.
Thank you.
He knows the importance of that early on in the 2nd set. A set now where Berdych is left without a challenge. And we've only played 4 games.
That'll speed up play, Pete.
It will.
He won't be able to go and check a mark to
15
decide whether to challenge or not.
Well, we saw with Bernard Tomic the other night, Stoney, that he challenges rather indiscriminately at times. But you would think a player of Berdych's experience wouldn't get caught in this situation. The momentum and the mood of the match has changed, and Nadal senses that with his body language. He just feels as though he's starting to win the arm wrestle.
Beautiful slice serve there that took Berdych way out of court. He's improving that serve. It should be bread and butter for a left-hander. Slice wide to the backhand on the 2nd court.
Perhaps we're seeing that period that we were speculating about with Berdych at the optimum level. He just seems to have dropped off about 10% in the last couple of games. Look at that. A love game for Rafael Nadal. All of a sudden, he is in total command of the 2nd set, 4-1. let's have a look at the comparative hit points of the rallies, and Berdych doing much more of it from inside the court.
Yes, well, I think that's pretty much what we would expect, but it's a fair percentage of Nadal behind the baseline, isn't it? 88% of the points. He's actually, those shots, he's making contact there. You would expect Berdych to be trying to get in a bit more like he is, and Nadal's, that's probably not going to change for Nadal now because he's going well. He's got 4-1 break, so in this 4-1 with a break in the second set, so it'll be interesting to see another hour's time if they've changed much. I'd be surprised.
When you look at the service line there's 8 balls that Berdych has hit inside the service line. Nadal's hit 2, and at least one of those was an overhead from right at the net.
Time.
He's starting to sense something now, as I think most of the crowd in here at Rod Laver Arena are sensing as well. There has been a dramatic momentum shift in this match just in the last 10 minutes or so. I think Berdych might be feeling it as well, looking at his body language.
Well, how important does that opening game of the second set look now when he was down love 40, Nadal? And once we said that
Players are ready. Thank you.
one of the toughest competitors of all time, he just wouldn't lie down there after the disappointment of losing the first, and he got out of that game at love 40.
15 long.
In the back of Nadal's mind, and maybe even that of Berdych, will be the fact that Nadal has won the last 9 meetings between this pair. That's quick for a wide serve, 204. That's one thing he could do with getting up. The amount of first serves going into play in this second set. He was 68% in the first, a very satisfactory number for him, but it's dropped all the way down to 47 in the second set. All the way for the match, 62%.
Game.
And that's comprehensive as you like. So Rafa comes up with a love game. Berdych comes up with one of his own.
Nadal is down 4 games to 2.
The onus, though, is on the man from the Czech Republic to get something back on Nadal, who's looking increasingly confident.
Long.
Just starting to play a couple of tired shots.
Well, I mean, Nadal's just relentless in the way he fights so hard. He just works you so hard for every ball.
Lots of balls starting to hit the net now from Thomas Berdych. Hasn't dropped a point on serve in his last 2 service games. He's got the look about him, Rafa. Very shortly we might be level. He leads 5-2 second set. Well in command.
I don't think Berdych should be too worried at this stage. He would have come out prepared to play a long match here. And he would have expected that some sets hopefully would go his way, some might not. So I'm sure he wouldn't have thought that he could possibly have won in 3 straight sets. And as you said, lost the last 9.
The routine will never change. Bananas are his sustenance of choice along the way. Spanish fans are on better terms with themselves than they were at the controversial end to the first set. Looks a lot at 5-2, but it's only 1 break. Berdych serving to keep this second set going. Nadal would love to get it done here to give himself the opportunity of serving first in the 3rd set.
15 long.
That one 217, just 2 kilometres an hour short of his quickest of the night.
Third long.
Well, again, standing so far back there for a serve that was 150. And by the time it got to him, it was a little lowish on the bounce. That's a serve you have a lot of trouble with if you're going to stand that far behind the baseline. You see, he's so far out of court, even if it went in the return, he'd never recover for a down-the-line shot.
As I recall, I think that's the serve that Djokovic uses with great effect against Nadal.
Yep. With even a little bit more slice on it.
Well, that's the last 4 games. The server has won every point. Nadal will be very much hoping that trend continues here.
5 games to 3.
Coach was happy with that game. Damage has already been done, though, as far as this set is concerned.
Possibly.
Yeah, he's got to break this game. Given the last 2 held to love by Nadal, it seems a little bit unlikely. Big crowd really enjoying this match.
Perfect conditions for the spectators, but still very hot for the players.
Well, that wasn't a good second serve, 139. And Berdych able to hit a penetrating return, as you would expect off that serve. Uncle Tony didn't look too pleased with that.
Temperature gauge, by the way, at 20 minutes to 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night, still at 35 degrees. There's another very slow second serve.
Yep. So you wouldn't believe it. He's just won 2 serves to love with great authority, and now misses the first serve twice and hits very mediocre second serves, which were attacked. And he's love 30.
We have already seen before over his career, and indeed in this match though, that when he gets into a situation like this, sometimes he's able to pull out the big points when required. Is that worth a look this deep in the set?
Nadal has challenged the call on the right near sideline. The ball is cut out.
Would have thought so, seeing he's got 3 challenges remaining, which is 3 more than his opponent. That's a good challenge. Now, the argument is, do we replay the point?
I think he's saying we bring him a first serve. Nadal is thinking, well, it clearly beat him, so it should be my point. Uncle Tony not happy.
Understand why Nadal won't be happy there, because he got no benefit from that challenge really at all.
Well, he got replay it.
Yeah, that's all.
Otherwise it would have just been a second serve, but his second serve then again 130. So 3 very ordinary second serves from him. Really put him in trouble here.
2 break-back opportunities for Berdych to change the flow of the second set back to an even keel again. He hasn't been able to break Nadal yet though, in 7 opportunities. Berdych knowing this won't be a quick delivery. He steered it onto the line by the look of it. Nadal is going to challenge, not with any great conviction though. He's walking to the chair. I think he knows. He does.
Oh.
Well, it's out.
Yeah.
What about that?
He was just a bit of hope there, wasn't it? The challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's surprised as anybody.
Well, he was practically, look at him, he's at the chair.
Yeah.
Berdych can't believe it.
Nadal now, can he find a first serve? Served really poorly in this game.
There's the break finally. Thomas Krupa and Berdych's support crew know that is a massive moment in the context of a set that Nadal looked as though he was well and truly in command of. Now we're back on serve. Berdych sitting in the chair laughing.
So his support team. That was really a very poor service game from Nadal. I mean, 3 of those second serves were less than 150, and a couple were around 130.
Ha sido 6-5 suyo. 30 iguales, ha sido 15-40.
I think he's still very happy with Carlos Bernardes, the umpire. A couple of comments to him there.
Well, you can understand what he's upset about with that Hawkeye challenge, where it seemed as though Berdych had a play at the ball and couldn't get it back in. And so he challenges the call when it's called wide, comes up with the in ball and has to replay the point. So the debate was as to whether it should have been point to Nadal or not.
Well, that's the judgment call of the umpire, and he felt that Berdych had a good enough attempt at put racket on ball. Had it been a clean ace, obviously there would have been no doubt about it. So Nadal was a little unlucky there. Well, I think the umpire was right, but he was unlucky at the incorrect call in the first place.
On the bag of Rafael Nadal, we just saw the indicators of his Grand Slam championships, all 10 of them. 2009 here. If it's going to be 2012 as well, he's got a battle on his hands. We're back on serve. Low, flat, inside out forehand, and he just cuts out of the middle nearly every time. It's a minimum of effort, but he strikes it so well.
Well, he's getting a lot of opportunities to play it because, as I said, a lot of Nadal's returns with so much topspin land pretty short. Shots of Nadal's there landed around the service line. Big hitters like this are going to take advantage of that.
If he was to get out of this set and win it, as great a player as Rafael Nadal is, it's difficult to see him winning the next 3 sets and not conceding one of them to Berdych, the way he's playing.
Yes, the way the match is going, it is.
It's a big if. Just now. But again, he'll go into a tiebreak if we get there with a lot of confidence. Well, got up to almost a head height for Nadal. And all he could do was just club it back.
Again, you can see how awkwardly he had to play that. Just very strong service game again from Berdych. 5-2 to 5-all. Again, he could have hit that one anywhere. So both players, when they hit the ball short, are being dealt with.
Too long.
It was a better second serve. Didn't have a lot of speed on it, but had a fair bit of slice and nice placement, so it forced the error.
Lat. Second service.
Some good scrambling there by the big man.
I bet he was hoping when that ball was in the air drifting towards the baseline, please don't let me hear an out call. No challenges left for Berdych. He'll get one if we get to the tie break. How quick are his hands there? That's outrageous.
Well, no backswing, of course. No time for that. He just comes in, got the racket out in front, and just stabs at that one. Good result for Nadal when he comes forward.
Good change in direction from the big man. Put it behind Rafa. There was nothing he could do about it. And put the brakes on and hope for the best.
And as he says, these big flat, very fast shots that are troubling Nadal. Not much spin on that at all, so it gets up there so quickly he's hardly had time to recover.
It's the mirror image of the first set, because this time it's Nadal who is the first to 6, and Berdych will be forced to serve to get it to a tie break.
Not sure I'd like to be sitting next to that noisy group, the supporters. The coach doesn't mind. He's sitting just in front of them.
Well, I think sitting next to them's all right. It's when you're sitting behind them that's the problem. It reminds me of one of the great signs that I've ever seen at a sporting event. Someone, I think it was at an American football game, you know, going back a few years ago now, held up a sign, and all it said was, "The guy behind me can't see."
Only in America.
Yep. Berdych has got to be pretty confident about being able to hold his serve here, because he hasn't dropped a point on serve in his past 3 service games. I have to think the chances are that we are heading to a tie-break in the second set. Thomas Berdych, when his first serve has gone into play in the second set, has not dropped a point. He's held to Ludd in his past 3 service games. To counter that, though, he's only getting 50% of first serves in this second set. He needs to get more than
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
1 in every 2 here. It's such a critical game. Nadal knows this is very much his best chance. And the all-important first point, the bounce from Rafa.
He did everything right. Berdych got the first serve in, drew the short reply, and then he moved in and hammered it. Just overhits it. It's going to win him the point, but well, that's the way he's been playing, and it's been working. And again, don't allow Nadal to get away with too many short shots, which a lot of players do.
15 all.
Well, that second serve again was 143. And look where Rafa took it from. It was actually behind the Melbourne side.
I mean, you can understand he may be standing back there for a serve that's coming at 2-10. First serve, but the second, I just think it's just a little bit too negative, but that's the way he likes to play.
Berdych then, I think, is aware of how far behind the baseline Rafa is, because he rolled that one in at 166.
Yeah.
Good awareness from the big man.
Wait, please.
Reaction from him there.
Uncle Tony on his feet.
Yeah, doesn't usually show too much emotion, but it's not quite enough with that. Look, pretty much straight back to Nadal. He's not going to miss too many passing shots if he's not put under pressure.
Huge point now in the context of this match at 30 all, 5-6. Is he going to come in closer with the second serve? He does. He's only a metre behind the baseline this time. And that pressure was seen by his opponent at the other end. Remember how dramatic the 12th game of the first set was, when there were 4 break points on Nadal's serve, and he saved every one of them to get it to a tie break. Just the one here, but pressure on the number 7 seed. That's the way to handle it.
Well, not his fastest serve, but a good change up, a serve volley point. Nadal wouldn't have been expecting this.
First time he's done it for the match. First time either player has done it for the match.
And it wasn't, as I said, the best serve, but the element of surprise.
Well, he's just made a concerted effort here to take all the pace off the first serve.
Well, that was the perfect serve. When you see your opponent standing 3 metres behind the baseline, as Nadal is there, you slice him wide. If he gets it back, how can he possibly recover from there?
His average first serve speed, Berdych, is 193. That last one was 164, so he's just backed it right off. That is brilliant.
probably would have won the point against most players from where Nadal is. That running lefty. The racket starts low, whips up sharply.
Thank you.
And across the line of flight so he can hook that ball in.
Didn't back off that one. That's equal to his quickest of the match at 219. Is it in?
I still think that's too late.
This looks like it's just one of those hopeful challenges.
Had to be looking at the wrong mark.
Surely.
Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
We've seen it in a lot of matches, Pete. Every time the umpires, when he's explaining their terms to the players, says challenge immediately.
Yeah. That is a really good hold from Berdych. He played thinking tennis in that game.
6 games on.
So we get to the drama of the tiebreak again. And once more, probably we're thinking that Berdych might be the favourite. Here are the hit points from Nadal on the first and second serve. And look how far back some of those black ones are.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, really. It's 3 metres, is it, that he's standing?
Yep.
3 metres behind the baseline was what we mentioned to receive a second serve.
And most of them are even more than that. They're closer to 4. So the tiebreak again. It was such a tight tiebreak at the end of the first set.
Nadal.
Well, he's played a very composed and cool match here, Thomas Berdych. The result of it, I think, is going to depend on this one tiebreak. 2 sets to love. He'd be real chances. It'd be hard for Nadal. 1 set all. Nadal becomes the favourite.
One all.
Saw in the first set tiebreak that really seemed as though it was going to come down to a point or 2. We actually had 3 points against the server. It was a long way long. Good thing for Berdych in this situation is that it's so early in the tiebreak that he's got the chance of getting it back again. He's also inherited 1 challenge when he's been out of them since the 4th game of the 2nd set.
How that ball landed so short from Nadal.
3-1. Nadal.
Tremendous amount of topspin. I'm not sure completely clean hit off this one. Yeah, he can't believe it. That was a little bit of a wrapped around the frame, I think.
Got the feel of a big advantage for Nadal. the scoreboard, it looks that way.
4-1.
It is only just the 1 point against the server, though, but Berdych really needs 2 good first serves in here, the next 2 points. His first serve percentage has lifted as the set has gone on. It was languishing around the 1 in 2 mark. He's got it up to 61% now. Nadal standing way back once again. That's his trademark.
Well, he missed one like that a couple of points ago. So good to see that he didn't back off there. That was the right shot.
That's his 14th winner off the forehand wing. So a total of 35 in all for the match. That's 10 more than Nadal has had. He's also had 12 more unforced errors than the Spaniard. If you like your tennis tight, then this is a match that you have to be enjoying. There's been precious little in it all the way through. It looked as though Nadal had the upper hand midway through the second set. Berdych got it back from him. They're still none the wiser after 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
2-4.
High ball toss, but no problem. Wind this evening. And on breezy days, he can get into trouble sometimes with that toss. Sensational tennis from Berdych, really. This forehand, he's risking all, but tonight the timing's very good. It's just behind the baseline. That's the difference between where Nadal stands, where Berdych stands. He can take it earlier and rebound it quicker. And because he's hitting the ball flatter, shoulders slump in the Nadal camp.
And we are on serve again in the breaker. That's a very good serve.
Five, 4, Nadal.
Nowhere near his quickest, but beautifully placed and leaving Berdych all the time. The lefty serve down the tee in the deuce court.
So far back, you just can't do an aggressive return from back there because you've got to give it a lot of height from that distance back to actually clear the net, which he does, but then it leaves an opportunity for the strong, tall Berdych to hammer his forehand.
There'll be a set point coming to someone after this. Enormous importance on this point.
Again.
Six, 5.
Perfect serve there at 5 points all. The slider out wide. Nadal just goes across. He doesn't come forward to cut out the angle. Returns it cross court and then not even close to getting this one.
On Nadal's serve, Berdych set point to lead by 2 sets to love.
Defended was that by Nadal.
Well, Uncle Tony might go for the bottle of water, and you wouldn't blame him if he had something a bit stronger in there to calm the nerves as well. This is nail-biting stuff now.
Well, he played it perfectly, Berdych, really, and just couldn't control the volley in the end. But again, great defence. Nadal could have lost that point several times. Just refused to be denied, though. What a fighter.
Change of ends at 6-all.
Continues his routines as he does. Gives the ball, same ball kid the towel.
Both players playing as if their life depended on it in this tie-break. For Rafael Nadal in particular, his life in this Australian Open Championship may be hanging on this point. Like Berdych before him, though, he has the opportunity with a set point, but it's on his opponent's serve. Level. 2 hours and 26 minutes. Berdych is challenged, but there's no need to. The ball is long, and Nadal is going to level it up. Here's the result of the challenge. It was a mile out. And so we are going to 4 sets at least to get this decided in the quarterfinal.
Well, one of the great fighters of all time, really, Nadal. He was down a set point there, and Berdych played about as good a point as you could hope for. He hammered the ball. He had Nadal defending, had him on the run. He came in, had a makeable volley, or he was in position to make a makeable volley, and Nadal just gave him a bit of stretch there to cause him to miss it. And we have a look at the second set summary. Nadal's first service percentage still pretty good. Berdych has dropped away a little bit. Berdych again the big hitter, making all the winners, but no unforced errors, 10 the difference there. And the total points won was 41 apiece, which you wouldn't be surprised at, given that it went to 6 games all and then 8 points to 6 in the tiebreak. Well, from Thomas Berdych's point of view, he's maintained the level for the entire 2 tough sets. Sometimes he drifts in and out with some terrific play and then some loose stuff. Not the case here. And he's a bit stiff not to be. 2 sets to love up. classical stuff there. Angled backhand to draw your opponent out of court. And then just move forward smoothly on the next one and hit it down the line.
It must be said that despite the fact that most of the crowd are pulling for Rafa, understandably, they've been very respectful of what Berdych has been able to achieve in this match. After all of the stuff that went on the other day, there was a bit of a doubt about how the crowd would react to him tonight, but they've just really appreciated the fact that they've seen a man playing just about as well as he could play.
And the big question, can he keep it up against this relentless Rafael Nadal?
40-15.
Can't do anything about that. That's 204 for the wide ball.
Yeah, well, again, just standing too far back, you cannot pick up that. So no hope of reaching this serve when it lands there and you're standing where he is. Mind you, that probably would have raised someone standing a bit closer.
And this time, Berdych deciding to go down the middle. And he comes up with a very easy hold in the first game of the third set. He's held so many of his service games to love, and it's a combination of that wonderful first serve, that he can get it down at 219 kilometres an hour. And look at that, aces to the deuce court, as it was in that last .9. 3 times as many aces coming from the right-hand side of the court when he's serving.
Well, he's mixing it up well. He's catching Nadal with the wide one, and then when he's got Rafael leaning towards that side, waiting for the slice, he changes up and hits the flat one down the centre. Stunning, jolting two-hander there. Nadal got the first serve in at 196. No follow through there, just really. Watch this, just whack. Short and sharp.
Interesting that Rafa held up the new balls to Berdych at the start of this game. The balls were actually changed the previous game. Just a little flex there. Oh, he's wincing after that little slide. Let's see if we can glean anything from this.
Didn't notice anything.
Did he skid on his heel a little bit? No, not really. But he did give it a little flex and then a little wince as he walked towards the back of the court, making sure that his opponent was not able to see his reaction with his back turned.
Again, the benefit of taking the returner serve early. Some of this returner service position is what you'd see at Paris at Roland Garros from Nadal. Berdych assuming a more regular hard court position, more aggressive.
Four aces to 12 in Berdych's favour. He's had the amazing ability to fight his way out of difficulty on several occasions tonight. Not this time. Berdych gets the big break, and he gets it early on. That's the earliest a break has come in any of the 3 sets so far.
Berdych leads by 2 games to 0.
Okay, change of weapon. It's a brilliant return of serves from Berdych there, taking the ball early, not allowing Nadal just to spin in the serve at 132 Ks and allow the rally to commence.
Lovely.
I mean, he won't mind it with that one. Well, I say won't mind, he won't like it, but I mean, at least he played the right style again. Anything short, he's hammering. And he's going to miss a couple. Well, not sure why he needed to jump off the ground to hit that ball. He just stepped forward and hit it there without risking unnecessary movement. I know they try to think they'll get more power into it, I guess, but
to get the break early on and really put yourself in the box seat.
3 errors he's made, hasn't he, Pete?
Yep.
I mean, just when he's been so tough right throughout the match, this is one of the loosest little patches that he's had.
The only other one that he had was in that 4th game of the 2nd set, where he squandered those challenges and was broken. Apart from that, he's been rock solid. But he pays the price here. Nadal breaks back to love.
Berdych leads by 2 games to 1.
Bit of the magic potion coming to Rafa.
It'll be interesting to see how Berdych deals with that loss of serve straight after he got the break, whether he'll be overly disappointed. But I've been very impressed with the way he's handled the situation out here tonight. He's been very poised, very calm. No great excitement, no great disappointment, keeping everything on I think, a pretty even keel.
And all of this coming from a guy who's been known not to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Berdych continuing to flex in the chair. Now Uncle Tony's got his own fan club.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think he might have been a bit of an afterthought. Uncle Tony was on the back.
Yeah. Didn't want to waste the cardboard.
Well, it's been a great combination.
Certainly not done with yet. And the fighter that Nadal is coming out there. No sign of despondency when he dropped serve and just bounced back straight away, albeit with a little help from his opponent.
He reminds me in lots of ways, Rafa, with his fighting qualities of, remember the Black Knight in that Monty Python movie when they cut his arms off and they cut his legs off and he said, "No, it's just a flesh wound."
Yeah.
I think Rafa's a bit like that.
I
get the feeling this is a very vital stage of the match. Berdych has just had a break, played a poor game to lose it. Now he mustn't let his level drop. He hasn't really so far in 2 hours 41 minutes. He's really played an extraordinary match. And he's just got to fight through it here and maintain it. Oh, looked well held. You could see there Nadal was looking down the line.
15-30.
This one here, it's got Rafa. See the weight on his left leg. He was heading to that forehand corner. Didn't read that at all. And if you don't, these shots are hit so hard and flattish that not much time to recover. 44 winners to 27.
Rafa doing the Berdych. What Berdych has been doing to him a fair bit tonight, just taking him completely out of the court. The 1-2 punch.
Well, what you can do about that when you're taking out that wide and your opponent is serve volleyed.
Nadal is challenging the call at the left serve line.
Yeah, I don't know. That looked well long.
It was clearly. And Thomas got one for his trouble. Feel as though everyone's aiming tennis balls at him. Not only Nicholas Almagro.
2 challenges remaining.
Well, a bit of a let off there. Again, not much on the second serve at 30 all. And Berdych cracking it as he should, but didn't quite time it, just rehearsing it there.
Berdych's service game's a bit under 3 minutes on average. Rafa's a bit under 5 minutes on average, so a lot more effort needing to be put in on the Spaniard's part.
That's what he was looking for the previous point at 30 all. Just didn't try to hit that one quite as hard.
Well, this is 140 in the hitting zone. It's got to be dispatched. Came back quicker. 141.
You see there, he just keeps the racket travelling towards the target.
Advantage in Nadal.
on serve then. Nadal really has to fight, but fight he does. What else would you expect?
2 games on.
Well, having played an ordinary service game last time for Thomas Berdych, he's got to really knuckle down here. He really played in a very cool fashion in this match, very composed.
Oh dear.
Well, he was there, he picked it right on his racket, but again, there's so much spin on that ball from Nadal. I mean, you'd think you've got your racket in the right place and it dips. See, he overran that a bit. He didn't really need to take a step. He was there.
And Rafa had given it up. He hadn't even moved.
He just ran into the ball there. Just one step and meet the ball was all that he needed, and he just...
Yeah, I'll have only 4. Yeah, I'll replace and change over.
Okay, he reckons that there's only 4 balls instead of 6. Which he wants the full 6.
15 on. You wait. I can replace now.
Well, he should replace them
He
straight
should,
away.
straight
I can
away.
replace now.
Because 4
No?
are all getting more used than if there were 6.
Yep. Both players have got to have it equal.
Well, again, the forehand of Nadal's hard to pick. Sets up pretty much the same as down the line and cross court. You can see how much pressure there is on his shoulder and left arm with that follow through. I wonder there's a few arm injuries, and it's a physical game that Nadal plays.
30 on.
I was just watching Berdych in his service action there, and it prompted me to think I have not seen one player foot faulted for these championships so far. I don't know whether you have.
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
Okay, well, I haven't seen any. Berdych gets his toe very close to the front line. And I'm reluctant to say that because generally the commentator's curse will work in such a way that it'll happen. But he does get very close to the front line. As do most of the players for that matter.
Well, we see it happen on some windy days when they tend to chase the ball a little bit. And wind moves the ball toss.
Stocking trade.
We've seen that a lot. Big first serve, Nadal standing so far back that can return it, but only around the service line, and then Berdych there for the forehand. And he's hit the off one exceedingly well.
"21 forehand winners now from Berdych.
Oh,
Berdych challenged the call at the left baseline.
no, that's risky.
And umpire was on the side.
He thought it was going long because he had a play on it.
Well, he had to challenge, otherwise he's embarrassed himself, and he might have anyway because this has caught the line.
A real error there from him. He could have had a half volley swipe at that. As we've said, Nadal hits with so much topspin.
Berdych has 2 challenges remaining.
Even a shot as hard as that has got a chance of dropping. Oh, there it is again.
Advantage Berdych.
Just the second time he's done that for the match.
We did say after leading 2-love and back to 2-all, this is a critical stage. He's just got to maintain the level here.
Look at the time taken between points. Both of them are pushing the envelope a bit too far, but Rafa in particular now has got it up to 33 seconds between points on average. Berdych 28 seconds.
Advantage Berdych.
Well, again, hard to hit a passing shot from 5 metres behind the baseline. And this time his judgment's okay. Thomas Berdych.
This is assuming the proportions of a very critical game. And Uncle Tony just giving a gesture to Rafa. I wonder whether he is just trying to pull him in a bit. That seemed to be the gesture. And Rafa is standing about a metre or so behind the baseline here.
Nadal.
Certainly a much more aggressive return from that point on the court.
He's back to his old spot again. 4 metres behind the baseline in the ad court. Good enough to come up with the break though. Berdych having a word to Carlos Bernardes in the chair. None too happy about what happened with the tennis balls, but it's 3-2 in Nadal's favour.
Well, they've got to find 2 that as close to the other 4 as possible.
Let's have a look at Rafael Nadal's hit point again.
It was 20-80, wasn't it, when we last saw it? 20% of the points he was standing inside the baseline. And 80%, well, it's got worse. 86% of the points is making contact
I just asked you if you want to replace now.
behind.
Before the game, you should be able to make a 6 balls in play.
Well, it depends. Some guys don't want to wait. That's what I asked you. If you want to wait, it's 2 seconds to replace. You said no. Then we play, and now we change. If you said yes, we change right away.
seems fair answer. Would have brought in 2 more straight away if you'd said not wait till the end of the game.
Makes you wonder why he didn't. Well, that could be a big moment. It's at the stage now where holding serve is very difficult for both players. It has been in this third set, which has been going 29 minutes, and we've only played 5 games.
Thank you.
Well, I think we suggested that it's a key moment in the match for Berdych, and he had to try to hang on. He just hasn't been able to do it. His level's fallen away a little bit. How does he respond here?
During the break, the change of ends, for those of you who were away at that stage, there was a lengthy discussion between Carlos Bernardes and Thomas Berdych about that ball issue that was raised in the previous game. And when you're sitting in the other chair, sometimes you like to see your opponent arguing with the umpire, venting a bit of frustration. Long, really let him off the hook. But sometimes, Alan Stone, that can be an indicator that the player is just not concentrating on the things that they should be concentrating on, and they're starting to get very frustrated with the whole thing.
Well, I think he wouldn't have made too much of a fuss over it if he hadn't lost his serve. That's irritated him as well, so he's picked on the fact that there was two balls short, and he could have got it replaced before the end of the game, but he elected to wait.
There's
the slice on that ball, taking it further away from the outstretched racket.
Both players really struggling when their serves have gone into play here in this third set. Nadal's first serve points 1 percentage is 50. Second serve points 1 percentage 40% when he's called on the second serve. And Berdych is 43 for both. So just at the moment, it's the returner who is getting on top. Muttering away to himself. He's looked very calm and composed and correct out there. Just a couple of signs in the last few minutes that composure might have been rattled a bit.
Well, good first serve there at 30 all, key point.
Nadal.
Starting to wear him down.
I think so.
Nadal leads by 4 games to 2.
But we said a similar thing in the second set when he led 4-1. Berdych was able to manufacture something there. I just wonder, Rolling, how much their on-court time is going to come into play now. Rafa should be a bit fresher. 8 hours and 35 minutes coming into this match. Berdych, 12 hours 27. So a 4-hour difference. The longer the match goes, the more relevant that becomes.
And he has had to work extremely hard here, Berdych. He's done a good job of it, but a lot of tough rallies. He's done his best to shorten them where possible, but he still has worked very hard. 3 hours of play. 13th ace.
Nadal is challenging the call at the left foul line. The ball's gone in.
Remember, the match we've seen so many challenges.
They've been prolific, both players.
He's right this time.
15 on.
He was very confident there, challenged immediately. Didn't need to look at the mark or find a mark. He knew that one was wide. Oh, he got all the timing wrong on this one. It's got behind him. The racket's wobbled there with the mishit. He's opened up early.
This is the first time these two have ever played 4 sets, or haven't got there yet, but they will have to. Nadal 4-3 with the break in the quarter-final in the 3rd set.
Just a little bit of the spark's gone out of the match now. I think you get the feeling that even though that was a good service game, that Nadal feels reasonably comfortable with the way things are now heading. He could have been down 2 sets to love. Lost the first 7-6 and was down a set point at 6-5 in the tiebreak.
Some more of the magic potions are being dispatched this time at Thomas Berdych's side of the court. Security staff hustle on, keep an eye on the crowds. Bit of cleaning going on out of the range of our cameras as the players just suck in the deep breaths, and Rafa places the bottle just so.
A few people out on Rod Laver Arena when you add them all up, between linesmen, players, umpires, ball kids, security people,
standing room only out there,
photographers, television cameras. Very busy area.
4 games to 3. Nadal broken in the 2nd game, broke straight back in the 3rd game, and then broke Berdych again in the 5th game.
Sit, please. Thank you.
First serve percentages on the way up for Nadal, and round about the same for Berdych, but it's a very good mark for him to be at 65%. That's more than acceptable. His highest for the championship.
Still working just as hard for every point. It's just a remarkable follow through. That loops it round his neck, or over his head rather.
Naturally enough, Nadal would prefer this doesn't go to 5 sets, but 4 sets at this level is going to do him the world of good in preparation for Federer, after it's been straight sets all the way to here. That's if he's to get through.
Smart volley from him there. Slicing it short, deliberately so.
If
he volleys this deep into the corner, Berdych should be able to run it down, so he deliberately puts some slice on it to drop it into inside the service line. So he starts high, finishes low, and puts the spin on it, drops it short.
Again, Nadal.
Love game for Rafael Nadal, who certainly seems to have the momentum and the upper hand just at this stage. 5 games to 3.
5 games to
Pressure
3.
now on the arm of Thomas Berdych. Maybe there are just a couple of signs that he is starting to feel the fatigue of being on court for 12.5 hours plus the 3 hours and 7 minutes of this match.
Another thing that will be playing on his mind is he's lost the last 9 as well.
Out. 15 long.
I mentioned before, this will be the first time that they will go to 4 sets. They've only played twice in Grand Slam play before, both of them at Wimbledon, including the final in 2010, and both of them won in straight sets by Nadal. Too good, says Rafa from all the way back there.
Well, it was well disguised. He was shaping up as if he was just going to chip it down the line. And at the last moment just slides the racket underneath the ball to just a little chip it over.
I think it bounced about 6 times before Rafa was able to kick it away. Well, I'm still trying to figure out how he got that serve back.
I don't know either. It was right in front of him. Somehow he pushed his racket out in front and hit it like it was a windscreen wiper on a car. Remarkable shot.
Thank you.
It shows how much wrist he uses in that forehand.
Nadal really pressing here. Berdych goes flying away towards the photographer's pit.
Well, again, an appropriate shot.
30 all.
Ball landed just awkwardly. This one, Nadal just hooks it sharply. Again, if he'd hit it deep, Berdych's got to run it down.
For service.
Just as well for Berdych.
For service.
Umpire is connected to the net cord with an earpiece which emits a beep that only he hears.
He's really hit his forehand well. Hard and flat. 22nd winner.
Nadal will have the opportunity of serving for the set anyway, but if he could just get it done here, had the advantage of serving first in the fourth set, then he becomes the overwhelming favourite.
You can see there that he's just not a natural volleyer. He's quite good, but not a natural volleyer there. I mean, that was way too big a swing at that ball.
It's called a fault. The crowd hasn't heard it.
Thank you.
There's one to mid-wicket, and that time caught. Well done, sir.
Advantage Berdych.
I think they're applauding the other, not the serve, but I think the ball kid
Yeah,
caught
might have
it.
been a catch from the ball kid.
Yeah.
Here's a great replay. Look at that super slow-mo replay showing the ball coming straight off the frame.
In the corner.
Woman number 35 for Nadal.
Again, it could have been a bit closer to the line there. I mean, Nadal's onto it pretty quickly. You see, he's nicely balanced, had the time there. Wasn't put under pressure by the approach shot.
Well, here we go. Nadal with a set point to go to a 2-1 lead in what has been such a tight match. Now it looks as though it's just starting to break open a bit for the number 2 seed.
And remember, he was down 2-love in this this third set.
Yep.
A couple of real mishits off his forehand this set, and this game rather. Looks a bit puzzled, doesn't he, about it?
Yeah, he does, but he can counteract that rolling by the fact that he's had 10 winners and 5 unforced errors for the set. That's very clean. Big serve when needed. 215. Just trying to catch his eye there, making a little feint behind the baseline, and Berdych is going to make Nadal do it himself.
5 games to 4.
Number 2 seed, 5-4, third set.
Well, he couldn't convert a set point there.
How important will that turn out to be? Won't matter if he's able to hold his serve here. And you back him to do that because you feel as though, I'm sure you've got the same feeling, Alan Stone, that he has got the upper hand in this contest just at present.
Well, definitely a momentum swing, and we said with 2-love, and Berdych just needed to really hang tough there, and he dropped his serve, and then the next game was vitally important after he'd lost the break, and he just couldn't maintain the level, which has been so high. In fact, then lost 4 games in a row from the 2-love position, and it's unlikely that he'll recover now in this set.
Time.
A lot will depend on the Nadal second serve. It hasn't been that good tonight, so let's get the first serves in. You would think he should be able to serve out this third set.
Nadal's average second serve speed in this match has been only 137 kilometres an hour. Spanish fans are preparing to celebrate. Not quite yet, though. Still one hold of serve required. wild one.
Well, he got the first serve in and the shortish reply. Very loose shot from him. Well, he's not immune to feeling the pressure of trying to take a 2-set-to-1 lead, serving it out here. Such a good return, and it took a heck of a scramble of Nadal to keep the point alive. Tony about jumping over the fence. He hasn't really showed much emotion. But a let off for him there though. Nadal just about gone here, and he's really hit the forehand well, but when he really needed it there, he just pulled it wide. And he knows an opportunity missed.
That's a beautiful serve from Nadal. 167 kilometres an hour, and simply no way that Berdych could get anywhere near it.
Well, the left-handed slice serve comes around the side of the ball. And the ball just spins away through the air and when it lands as well.
Close to being an out ball, but he couldn't take the chance.
Well, again, he was a little clumsy in his effort to volley that one. Hard to move his frame in the right position here. 1.96, you see, just wasn't quick enough to react.
He did have to play it. It was going to land in. 2 set points for the Spaniard to go up by 2-1. This is going to be a test of the resolve of Thomas Berdych now. Rafa's body language indicating that he thinks he might be on the way. 3 hours and 19 minutes to get 3 sets done and dusted. And Nadal leads by 2-1.
New balls, please.
Let's take a look at the numbers in that third set. Both men with very acceptable first serve percentages. Aces level, nothing much in the double fault, so that doesn't tell us any tale. The winners are level, but it's the unforced errors that is the big number there. 14 from Berdych, 6 from Nadal. Many of those 14 unforced errors from Berdych came in one game, and that was the third game, when after he led 2-love, he gave the advantage back straight away to Nadal when Nadal was able to get the break. Some of the action from the third set, and yes, it was looking very promising for Berdych when he did take those opening 2 games, but as is his wont, Nadal is never going to die wondering. He's always going to try and press for the break back straight away, and that's what he got, thanks to probably some sloppy play from his opponent, who's been so good, so solid all the way throughout this match. But just tonight, 2 games stand out. 4th game of the second set, the 3rd game of the third set. It's changed the momentum. It's changed the feel and the dynamic of the match. And that's why Rafa is celebrating. He's off his feet. And it's taken 3 hours and 19 minutes to break the deadlock. But now, for the first time in the match, Rafael Nadal really in front on the scoreboard to a certain degree.
4 sets. Thomas Berdych to serve.
Fourth set about to come up. The first 4th set meeting between these two. 3rd Grand Slam meeting. Nadal, remember, not only takes the advantage of having the momentum in here to the fourth set, but he takes the knowledge in that Berdych has not beaten him in the last 9 meetings, and the last time he was able to do that was in Madrid in 2006, a long time ago now. It's a big task for Thomas Berdych, as well as he's played tonight.
Smart shot there from Nadal. It was low. He knew it was a difficult ball to try to pass, so just a little chip shot, and then quick off the mark. He anticipated where this volley was going, and he's there easily.
First service. Nadal's challenge the call at the left first line. The ball's called in. First service.
That's interesting.
Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
He must have been absolutely certain that was wide, and he can't believe that it touched the line. Now it's Rafa's turn to tear up challenges early in the set. Would be a huge psychological blow, I think, rolling, if Berdych would have dropped this opening service game of the fourth set. Well, got to be there thinking, I played pretty well tonight. What do I have to do to beat this guy?
He has played very well, but as we said, his level just dropped off a little as Nadal's continued to improve. But Nadal looks just as fresh as when they came out in the court. He's moving really smartly around. Body language is positive. And well played point there from Berdych. Try as Nadal might. He couldn't quite stay in that rally. Now the key will be that second set when he had a set point. Thomas Berdych in the tiebreak and played a fine point. Two sets to love. The way things were going, he would have been awfully hard to beat. He's still not out of this, but I'm not liking his chances.
And
then you see Nadal win these sort of tough matches all the time. Where he's just relentless.
Just the third double fault of the match for Thomas Berdych at a very inopportune moment. Brings up 2 break points straight away at the beginning of the fourth for the number 2 seed. He's on a roll now. At the full run, Nadal brings Uncle Tony and quite a few of the crowd to their feet. Gets the break. And he's surely on his way now. It's going to be too hard for Thomas Berdych to overcome this, you would think.
Well, might have brought Uncle Tony to his feet, but it'll bring Thomas Berdych to his knees.
Yeah.
This is a remarkable shot. That is nearly bouncing twice. And he had to be 5 metres back when he hooks this ball just above ankle height. I mean, he just doesn't quit on any ball. How he can flick the wrist to get that winning shot like that. Quite remarkable. The strength.
No wonder they were up. One of the shots of the tournament so far. And that has got to do Berdych's head in.
Absolutely. That is a shattering blow. Back to serving at over 70% for the match.
15 long.
Nadal, so that's really been one of the features of his play this tournament. It's a very high level to keep it over that.
Correction. But she's trying to call the left baseline, the ball's caught there.
Well, called out, overruled. Now challenging the overrule.
Everyone's involved. It's a good overrule from Carlos Bernardes.
Tell you what, the players have been wrong a fair bit tonight with their challenges.
But she has two
I reckon about 2/3 of the time they've been wrong.
I think the figures from last year showed that 27% of challenges were overturned.
Well, it's sort of human nature. You see the ball how you want to see it. Your way.
And of course, a lot of the challenges are more in hope than certainty, depending on what stage of the set they're at.
And some are also for a little tactical reason also,
Yeah.
depending on the stage of the set. Create a little delay, perhaps. So quick to seize the initiative when he saw it created the opening. He's waiting, I think, to see if his shot was going to go in. So he doesn't run in immediately. Then he sees where it lands and he accelerates forward and just gets a simple high volley then.
Very solid game by Rafael Nadal. Consolidates the break.
Nadal is by 2 games to long.
Stoney, I talked about it before prematurely at the time because it was in the third set, but it now appears that Nadal is on his way to a 4-set victory. It's going to be over 4 hours by the time he gets there. I think this is a good thing for him, preparing to meet Federer after what he's had so far, because he's really had no competition so far.
No, as we said, he's had a pretty soft draw. Well, Federer's had a pretty good draw too. He had to play Del Potro today, and he played really very fine match. But he's had a walkover and a couple of easy matches. So he hasn't been extended.
So much pace and angle on that off forehand. 23 winners from the forehand side now. continues to grow.
Ball to long.
He looks a bit resigned to the result, I think, the coach.
He's hitting them quicker now. 164 off the deck, if you don't mind. Good evasive skills by the line judge. Pretty simple game for Thomas Berdych. He didn't have to raise a sweat there. Love game. Damage may have already been done. He's trying to present a positive bit of body language there. Skips to the chair.
In front of Nadal.
Yeah. 2-1 it is. The fourth set.
Oh, he's seen all that before.
He's trying to convince himself as much as he is trying to convince Rafa.
Yeah. I think Rafa at this stage is pretty comfortable with the position he's in.
Berdych Army have been in good voice throughout this match. Maintained a positive frame of mind. That's no doubt going to be a help to Thomas. Might need more than the Berdych Army to get him over the line here. He's been doing that since the start of the match.
Time.
Bit of a glum look on the face of Thomas Krupa in the support box for Thomas Berdych. Again, that positive body language, trying to present the message. Look at him. He's like a boxer out there, dancing around, skipping from side to side.
He's copped a few heavy blows, though.
Yeah. But it may not do him any good, but you'd rather see a player doing something like that than walking out with their shoulders slumped and their head down.
Yep. You know he's going to give it a real go for the rest of the match.
Long.
Looks as though the big man is now starting to feel the effects of all that time that he's spent on court. Probably half a step slower, and you wouldn't blame him after 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Oh, he's been really worked around. They've had some tough rallies, with Nadal just getting so many balls back to speed and strength.
Well,
beaten by the depth of that return on that occasion. Hasn't happened too often. A few winners flash past him. If he gets his racket on the ball, he usually gets it back.
Very gentle serve speed-wise, but it was the angle on it that made it so difficult for Berdych. Just 129 kilometres an hour. He's got the look of a man who's going to need to find an answer very quickly.
Berdych is challenging the call at the left near sideline. The ball was caught out.
Wry smile towards his support staff.
Well, this time he's right.
Great point.
Just looks up and says, "Are you serious?"
I think everybody was pretty convinced that was out. Except the thing that counts.
Yep. Well, eventually he did. Comfortable hold for Nadal. 3 games away from victory.
Did this serve well tonight, the slider. It's getting further and further away from the outstretched racket.
As I said before, Alan Stone, good numbers, 72% of first serves into play for Rafa, 75% of those when they've gone in, he has won.
So hard to volley that ball that is dipping at you like that with the topspin that he gets on it. It's really... Plenty of other players get topspin, but he seems to generate this remarkable amount all the time. So it's tough to volley, and then when you're at the back of the court, it seems to bite into the court and jump up at you.
How about the depth from Nadal there? That was amazing.
Well, you just can't deny him. I mean, it's just amazing competitor.
Hit the baseline there.
The toughest player you could ever imagine, really.
Nearly hit the baseline there, and then put it about 6 inches from the baseline with the third shot. There's no fighting that. Well, there's that position that he's occupied for a lot of the night, even behind the Melbourne sign, which is about 4 metres off the baseline. Couldn't pull that off. Not even Rafa could pull that one off. Gee, it was close.
He hits that running forehand. Full stretch like that as well as anybody I've ever seen. That's really been a great shot for Berdych tonight, that off forehand. Hard and flat. good number of those 25 forehand winners have been in that spot on the court.
That is keeping your eye on the ball. And replies in kind. They've got something in common because the great percentage of their winners have come off the forehand side. Nadal's got 24 forehand winners. As Alan Stone mentioned a moment ago, 25 for Berdych. It's been a display of power hitting. Well, this is effectively match point.
Well, he's just been battered into submission. And he served 4 doubles.
This is for a double break. And the serve and volley. Had to do something. It's getting desperate.
Makes quite a good volley here too. It was low. The element of surprise paying off there.
Advantage Berdych.
Well, he's doing his best to just limit the damage to one service break.
And if he can do that, there's still hope right until the very end.
Oh, what a wonderful short angle to finish it off. It really softened him up there.
Rafa's dad looks pretty impressed, but he's seen it all before.
You just have to marvel, though, that his work rate, really, every single point.
Well, that's the thing that's had so many people worried about his physical well-being over the years, because he just hammers his body in every match that he plays. He's come right in on the second serve this time, only a metre behind the baseline. And that's the reason he did that. He got one at 155, liked what he saw, and that's the result.
Well, he can't even react in the slightest, Berdych. I think physically he's pretty weary. serve volley point on the break point.
You've got to admire the fact he's hanging tough. A few lesser men might have just camped themselves on the baseline and let it all happen.
I don't think you can believe how hard Nadal is running. It's just amazing. And the effort that he's putting in here. Had to play about 3 more shots than normal to finish the point.
Same again.
Yeah. Fantastic performance, really, from him.
He chases tennis balls like those puppies that you see occasionally, that you throw the ball and they won't stop. And even when they come back to you exhausted, they still want to chase the tennis ball. That's not bad for deep in the match. 211. He's up to 16 aces now. Taking a long time to decide this 5th game of the 4th set. Set's been in progress about half an hour. This game about 10 minutes.
Please.
He's noticing, feeling his right hip area there.
Yeah, well, he's been stretching that just about at every sit down.
Hates to miss a shot.
He does, and you feel as though it's only forestalling the inevitable, really, given the fact that Nadal has got the one break. But Berdych is fighting to the bitter end here, as is the man at the other end of the court. 2 breaks and that'd be it. 1 break, it's still possible. Not probable, mind you. And so it continues.
Very tired looking shot, that one.
This is the 7th deuce of the game. Oh, that was amazing. Nadal's return was unbelievable. The reaction to that shot was quite extraordinary from Berdych.
Well, he's found a bit extra there, an inspirational point from him. Let's hope he can back it up here and hang on to his serve. Deserves it after this effort.
Thank you.
It's just wide. It was called from the chair, and after about 13 minutes, finally the 5th game of the 4th set is decided, and after all of that, Thomas Berdych is still down a break, but just the one. Well, full credit to him.
Yep, absolutely. He earned that game. Did it the hard way. And in fact, really a bad miss here from Nadal. He got the whole court. He just plays it a little awkwardly, and he just pushed it wide. Should be back at juice.
Maybe he thought it was time to sit down.
Oh yeah, get rid of that game and get on with serving it out.
I don't think Rafa works that way, does he?
No, he sure doesn't.
Yeah, it's been taxing on the players. It's been taxing on the Berdych army. You've got to give it to them as well. Yeah. Their energy's been terrific for nearly 4 hours. And there's that left hip stretch that he's been doing. He just clutched at that left hip after that double fault.
Time.
It's been a long match. It's approaching 4 hours. We still haven't got to the end of 4 sets. It seems likely that when we do, Rafael Nadal will hold his hands in triumph and brace himself to meet Roger Federer in the semi-finals in Melbourne. Berdych, though, has plenty of fight left in him, as we just saw in that 5th game.
Thank you.
He's done this a couple of times, Berdych, when he's been on the way out. Just touch the top of the tape, maybe just trying to get the earpiece working for Carlos Bernardes.
Well, heavy hitting there. All of a sudden there's a little bit more spark in his movement.
There is, noticeably.
Very good drop shot. Nadal just puts his head down and charges.
Thank you.
It's almost as if Berdych has come to the realisation that this is the last possible opportunity. He's exuding a bit of positivity after he's come out from the change of ends. Oh, that'll take the wind out of his sails.
Yeah, well, even he applauds that one. Yep, that was good.
15 all.
Happy with the return, and Nadal just holds his ground and half volleys it for a winner.
And the acknowledgement. Mm.
15-13.
Bowled with that shot, really. He was really pushed back. Surprised he didn't really loop that back in a more defensive manner.
Well, well.
He has decided to risk everything in this game.
15.
Full-blooded drives every time he gets his racket on the ball, the returns, the rallying shots.
And didn't it look like that from the moment that he came out from this game? It just looked like a different piece of body language being presented.
Thank you.
To emphasise how important the hold of serve was in the previous game. 2 break points. And he was jumping Berdych to try and get the body English to get that ball over the baseline.
30-14.
The challenge.
Challenge the call at the left parcel line. The ball
Well,
was called.
Rafa's going crook about this, and I don't blame him, because that seemed to me to be a bit of a delayed challenge from Berdych. I think he had a bit of an each-way bet.
Well, it's a grey area, got to say.
Second set.
They just do not challenge immediately as they're supposed to. Well, too good.
How about that?
Yeah.
On another big point. How many times has he done that tonight?
Well, 2 in a row, really.
That's what separates the very good players from the great players. Their ability on points that really matter to find something, to find that extra gear.
Advantage in Nadal.
Again, working hard to get the ball onto his forehand where he can control the points. Nadal's backhand's solid and pretty reliable, but it's the forehand that does the damage. Very hard to keep the ball away from it.
So the match ticks into its 5th hour. A huge hold again from Rafael Nadal, digging himself out of trouble once more. And the story of the match for Thomas Berdych might be in the break points. He's had 13, he's converted 2.
It just shows you how tough Nadal is, as you said, on the big points. He just doesn't give you an inch. There's no way he's going to serve a double or play a wild, loose shot on a big point. You've just got to beat him in those situations. Pretty hard to do. Just ferocious, some of these forehands now.
Love 15.
He's actually overtaken Berdych in the forehand winners department now. He's got him by 3.
Racket head speed there as he just throws the racket head at the ball.
It's like a competition.
Yeah.
15 all.
I think he's too tired to run anymore, Berdych. He's got to go for them.
That has got to be one of the hardest hit shots in the game. The Berdych off forehand. That one was 156.
Hasn't served as well this set. The first serves dropped down to 42%.
Be worth a look.
Challenged everything else.
15-30.
Maybe he's tired of challenging.
Well, his coach is sitting right on that baseline and probably would have given him a little nod if he thought it was good.
Should have. It was in. So's that.
A bit of life left in the legs. He really accelerated quickly in for that volley. He's lost the rhythm a bit on the first serve, though.
And again. It's nothing Thomas Berdych is not used to. His previous service game went 13 minutes. This time down the one break point, and his brave challenge might buckle at this very juncture.
He's really done a great job of hanging in. "45 minutes for this set. We're at 4-2.
The shortest set tonight has been the third set, which was 53 minutes. This one not completed, of course. Might very well go beyond. Well, he's done that 3 times in this game.
Well, he's just from standing way too far back. He's now well inside the baseline. So see where he takes that. Huge contrast to where he was returning some of the serves from in that third set. That was, of course, stepping into the ball.
Might be in for another 13-minute game the way this is progressing.
Give him credit. He fought so hard to hang on to his previous serve, and he's doing just that here as well. Good positive play from him there. And he wasn't sure where that miss hit was going to go. He's relieved.
Game. Berdych.
Many times tonight we've spoken about what a fighter Rafael Nadal is. This man's not doing a bad job of it either. He just continues to hang in there. But Nadal, with the break, still in the box seat.
It's one time since I can remember where a match has gone 4 hours and 7 minutes and we haven't finished 4 sets.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when Rafa plays.
Yeah.
He plays at his own pace, as we've already seen, taking well and truly over 30 seconds between points.
I think they've got to do something about it. I mean, if Carlos Bernardes doesn't issue a warning, he's going to keep doing it. And then if he's going to keep doing it, then his opponent plays at that level as well.
There's the points one off the second serve. Nadal increasing it all the way, and look how much it's fallen away, going in the other direction for Berdych. They say sometimes in tennis you're only as good as your second serve.
Time.
Well, are we in the last throws in this fourth set, or has Thomas Berdych still got something left? He has battled superbly to hang by a thread. Nadal must feel as though he's got it under control, but again we emphasise, because of those 2 holds that Berdych has been able to come up with, fifth and seventh games, it is only 1 break. It could all turn if Nadal has a slip up.
Another tough rally.
15 long.
With Berdych getting on top. Just couldn't complete the task with this volley here. Again, one at his shoelaces. And the difficulty factor proving too much.
Once more, Berdych trying to use some body language at the back of the court just to get the ball out, but it's not working for him.
It's just a devastating shot, this off forehand. The only way you can combat it, which is not that easy, is to hit more down the line into his forehand corner and make him run that way, where he doesn't hit that forehand as well. But half the time you're too busy reacting to his shots to be able to incorporate your game plan. Just did it there.
Yeah, 138. Got the treatment. Probably deserved it.
I think this is a good play, though, to try to direct a little bit more like this. The more you try to hit it into his backhand corner, the quicker he is to get around it. And then he controls the rally with the forehand.
The level of this match has really been maintained for more than 4 hours.
Just that patch in the third set that cost Berdych the third set. Otherwise, hardly been anything between them.
Rafa edges 3 in front in the forehand winners competition. Between them, they've had 59 forehand winners. That's the second time only he's done that in the match.
40-30.
He's not had more than 2 double faults in any match so far in the Australian Open Championships. In fact, going into tonight, in 4 matches, he'd had 5 double faults. He just doesn't serve them.
Lagnet versus. Nadal.
So we arrive at the last chance for Thomas Berdych.
Nadal is by 5
This
games
game
to 3.
and the next game, if there is to be one. The equation's simple. Hold your serve, make Nadal do it himself, and then go all out.
I think the crowd's really enjoyed this performance from Nadal tonight. I mean, it's been full of endeavour.
Love 15.
And just some classic passing shots, leaping off the ground there as he hooks that one in. Berdych, no idea where it's going to go. In fact, he did. He thought it was going the other way. That's where he was headed. And the response from Nadal is another winner. Flies off his racket.
Not many have left in the stadium. We're right on midnight now, and why would you leave when a contest like this can keep you enthralled for more than 4 hours? It's been about raw power at times. It's about touch from 2 very powerful athletes. Athletic ability to just keep on going on such a hot night. You simply have to hand it to Thomas Berdych. He has hung in there. It's been a quality that he's not been known for throughout his career, but this is a new Thomas Berdych. He has not wanted to go away, and Nadal, you saw it written all over his face there. He's had to fight so hard to arrive at this point. 3 match points to set up the match that everyone thought was probably inevitable when the draw came out. It takes 4 hours and 18 minutes to break the deadlock. Rafa books a date with Roger in the semi-finals in Melbourne. A brave Thomas Berdych with a wonderful performance that he can walk off holding his head high. But Nadal wins in 4. And maybe a second championship in Melbourne beckons.
Well, that really, Pete, was an outstanding match. I mean, Nadal, we know his fighting qualities. We've seen them so often, and he needed them today. He was down set, and the set point in the second set, he could have been down 2 sets to love. He was down 2-love in the third set, and that's as good as I've ever seen Thomas Berdych play. He's applauding the crowd. I mean, his tactics were spot on. He took some risks. He tried to shorten the points, and he hit some tremendous shots himself. He didn't waver with his application or his concentration. At just the key point in the match, when he led 2-love in the third of the set all, dropped his serve there, and one felt that he needed to make a real stand and not let Nadal get a bit of a run on, which unfortunately he couldn't do. And once Nadal got that third set, well, then I think we all felt that he was going to be too strong in the fourth. Applause for Berdych, and well deserved as he leaves Rod Laver Arena. Very much in contrast to what he got the other night after the match against Almagro, but he's earned the crowd's respect and support tonight. He deserved that round of applause. Rafael Nadal goes through to the last 4 in Melbourne and sets up the dream semi-final with Roger Federer in 2 days' time. He wins it in 4, 6-7, 7-6, 6-4, 6-3 in 4 hours and 16 minutes. No wonder he was jumping for joy. Oh, we're going to hear from him in a moment. Interesting to get his take on just how hard he had to fight, and I think we know the answer to that, but he always fights 100% anyway, no matter who he's playing. He's going to have to do that in the semi-finals. What a match on Thursday night. Rafa and Roger. He's actually got a very heavy advantage over Federer. He's 17-9 against Federer.
Well, Rafa, quarterfinals in major championships are never easy. This one, you lost the first set. Second set, you were down 6-5, another set point, and it was a tough point. How concerned were you at that moment? He had a pretty good look at a backhand volley, and he missed it.
Well, I just try my best in every moment. No, he played very well at the, I think, doing almost all the match. I was lucky with this volley in this set point, but that's true that I was serving for the set before with 5-4. No? So, you know, maybe that's real that the first set was for him, second for me, because both players, we had chances in both sets, but, you know, the second set was probably the key of the match for me.
And what about the adjustments that you make, right? Tactics are a very important part of a one-on-one sport. What adjustments did you need to make against Thomas playing so well tonight against you?
Well, I started returning a little bit inside the court after I went 20 meters behind the baseline. After I came back to inside, just trying to find a solution, no? Because for the first 2 sets, I felt that I didn't have a lot of chances to play a lot of points when he was serving, so I tried to find solution for that, and at the end of the match, I think I finished it returning fantastic the second serve.
Well, at some stage in the fourth set, your forehand came to life in a way that it hadn't in the match. You had 32, 33 winners with the forehand in the match. You had 15 in the last set. What changed? Why was it so much more powerful in the final?
Well, a little bit less nervous at the beginning. You know, at the beginning a little bit more nervous, and after winning the second and the third was a big confidence. No? So, you know, with the support of this crowd, the forehand works much better during the match.
It was a physical match. It was 4 hours and 16 minutes. You came in with, talking about your shoulder before the tournament and your knee, but it looked like physically you were getting stronger as the match goes. How do you assess how your body feels right now?
Tired, but hopefully fine. Now, hopefully, I felt that I resisted very well the third and the fourth set after 3 hours of intense battle. So very happy how I finished my match physically. Was very important. I was able to keep running with high intensity, and that's very important always in this kind of matches.
You changed your racket a little bit, which is different for you this year. It's a little heavier in the head. How is it feeling, and what is it doing for you differently than before?
All the change needs a little bit of time, but I feel that the racket is working well. No, I believe that with this little bit adjustment, nothing crazy. I felt that with the winners, with the forehands, the higher balls, I felt that I can hit the ball a little bit flatter now. So that's important for me. Something that I didn't play very well last year. This shot, the forehand winner, that's something that we believe that we needed to improve, and that's what that changed, and hopefully will work for the rest of the season.
Yeah, terrible year. You only won the French Open. We feel sorry for you. Well, last time you played Roger Federer here, it was a final. This time it's a semi-final. And when you played in the finals, it was an epic, an incredible match, and you had a physical match beforehand. So the similarities are there. I mean, what are your memories of the 2009 final here?
Unforgettable. Now, for me, it was probably the match that before the match I didn't expect never that I will have chances to win, because I felt really tired after a terrible semi-finals, very long match, very physical, demanding. But when I arrived on court, I started the match, I started to feel better and better, and seriously, that match, that final is one of these memories that always will be in my mind.
Well, one man was here watching you earlier. He left a little bit ago, but Rod Laver was up watching you play tonight, so I suspect he's going to be around to check that out. We'll look forward to a great semifinal. Well done tonight. Nicely played.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Rod Laver for being here supporting the sport, and thank you very much all the crowd to make me feel like this every time. Thank you.
He's through.
He is through, and Roger's waiting for him. Rafael Nadal, honoured to play in the presence of Rod Laver tonight, and honoured to play again at Melbourne with the fans who love him so much and support him so well. And that has been a simply memorable match in just over 4¼ hours. Rafael Nadal over a very brave and gallant Thomas Berdych of the Czech Republic.